So we are going to be doing most of these South Shore quests here over the next level and a half. However, right now we're basically just doing this very first initial one to make sure that when I go do the Shaman Air Totem quest here shortly, that Air Totem quest will get me all the way to 32. It's worth about like 7,000 XP or something. So by the time I finish this quest here, I should be close enough. So I want to ding 32 at the same time I'm finishing the Shaman Air Totem quest so I can get a new rank of Lightning Shield. No point in doubling back later to train, may as well do them both at the same time. Just need one more Oracle. This one's kind of surrounded. Okay, after this turn-in, that should be close enough that we'll ding 32 off the Shaman quest.
Can I help you?
Greetings. Be careful.
Thought you started at 58 in TBC. maybe I was playing a hardcore beta. Well, this route we're doing that I'm making here, and is pretty much for the pre-patch, just to help people level their shamans as quick as possible. I'll be using the route myself since as soon as the pre-patch hits, I'll be leveling a Draenei shaman as my main for TBC. On a fresh server I don't have any money on or anything. So for this route, we'll be doing the old world up till 60. But after TBC actually launches, I would certainly recommend that people go to Outlands at 58. Get like monster-ass upgrades from the first few quests there, but we're gonna avoid the temptation to go get big weapon upgrades out of TBC and just struggle through the old world content here. Oh god, the boat just left. Some unfortunate timing.
What can I do for you? For the Alliance.
See if there's anyone that sells one-handed maces here while I'm just sitting on my ass waiting for the boat to come back.
What can I get for you today?
Yeah, I guess this will do. I was looking for a faster one, but I'm just gonna hold on to this random-ass vendor mace to level up our mace skill a little bit when we get a moment.
What can I do for you?
We will be switching back to one-handed maces later in the 30s. And coming up in a couple levels, there's a pretty easy escort we do, where that's a good time to level up weapon skills, because the NPC is kind of strong enough to just carry the entire escort.
How are ya? See you soon.
What was that? Was that Shaman? Or was that some other... Because I was also watching a stream briefly of someone doing a hardcore level 58 Shaman. I think he was using, like, claw weapons, though. Man. I had a little bit more wool. It'd be nice to be 150 first aid here. Start doing silk stuff, but I don't think this is going to quite get me to 150. Yeah. Okay, I guess he switched weapons after I stopped looking. Yeah, unfortunately, the starter gear they give you on the pre-made 58 characters is just, like, so horrifically bad. And just, like, not even optimized for the specs or anything. I think all the weapons that you start out with as a shaman are just, like, super, super fast. Okay, it's so close to 150. I should be able to get enough wool to get a few skill points from the other South Shore quests. And by the time I get into a Wrathy to pick up the first aid books or something, it should hopefully be 150. Yeah, because he was just playing one of the pre-made characters. When you just, like, you create, like, a base character at level 58. They have, like, just random garbage-ass gear on those characters that isn't really appropriate at all for the specs you're playing. Well, if they are really releasing TBC on June 1st, like that leaked screenshot, I mean, I would be blown away if they're actually releasing TBC on June 1st that close, but if we are living in a world where they somehow are releasing it on June 1st, they'd pretty much have to drop the pre-patch tomorrow with, like, no warning, which would be kind of insane, but, I mean, they said that they were giving people at least, like, 4 weeks on the pre-patch, and that's pretty much exactly how much time we have till June 1st. Personally, I think that the screenshot's either fabricated or it was from maybe an old release date that they had planned before they perhaps pushed it back. I don't know if I don't really believe June 1st just because the pre-patch would have to be tomorrow if it is. In that case, why is the beta even still up and getting, like, new builds pushed to it and stuff. They put a new build out today. And they just gave out a bunch of beta keys to people like a couple days ago. They're really gonna do that when they're shutting the beta down like 2 days later? Maybe. Doesn't really seem logical though. But yeah, if for some reason over the next day we see some sort of announcement by Blizzard that the pre-patch is actually just suddenly going in tomorrow, then at that point I would believe the June 1st release date. Yeah, exactly, yeah. See, Tommy gets it. They'd be trolling people pretty hard. They go to all this trouble to do the key giveaways, and then 2 days later they're like, alright, thanks everyone. Got some good testing in on your 2 days. Beta's down. Somehow I always manage to start my streams where the first thing I'm doing is some boring-ass Shaman Totem quest. But at least after this one, we won't have to double back to Exeter for 15 minutes to run around. I've got my hearth set to South Shore still, so as soon as we finish that Air Totem quest, we can just insta-port back and get to questing with the buff on. I heard from somebody that the Air Totem quest is supposed to be fixed now. So, we'll give it a try here. I was kind of originally planning on just like running down the mountain instead of taking the Air Elementals like kind of flight path back down to Exeter after doing the quest here, but since it's supposedly fixed, I guess we'll just cross our fingers and hope that it doesn't stick me in the air for 10 minutes again like it did last time. Yeah. That's mainly why I don't really believe the June 1st stuff at all, because it would just be so insane of Blizzard to just drop the pre-patch with like literally no warning whatsoever, like last minute. Right after all those beta keys were given out. I mean, I have seen Blizzard do some insane stuff in my day, but not really sure what the upside of them pulling a move like that would be for themselves. Oh yeah, for sure, Nicholas. It kind of feels like it would be a little bit of a slap in the face to some of their player base if they just dropped the pre-patch with literally no warning, just tomorrow morning it suddenly went in. And to just the people that just got the beta, like the last day or two, it just suddenly ended. Usually Blizzard at least tries to avoid like unnecessarily bad PR. I'm so excited to be done with these totem quests. This is the questy mark on the map here is pretty misleading. It's definitely not actually in town. You have to climb this giant-ass mountain above Exodar to get to the spot you need to go. I would be pretty sad if the pre-patch came tomorrow, just for the minor reason that I restarted the speedrun, or cruising through and making huge time saves over the previous run, but I haven't got to the fun levels yet. There's like 41 plus enhancement shaman's actually super fun to play. You just burst everything down. So I'd be kind of salty if I just like, you know, went to the late 30s or something tonight, and then tomorrow morning they released the pre-patch, and I'm like, oh, I just redid the most boring levels of Shaman all over again. I didn't even get to the good stuff. Hopefully my math doesn't let me down here either, but I should be able to get 32 off of all these turn-ins to do with the quest here.
Greetings, friend.
Okay, let's take this flight path down. Oh, we're actually moving this time. Booyah. Yeah, this was the part where on my previous stream, it basically just stranded us here in the air, and then we swam down the mountain along this flight path, and it took like 10 minutes to get down. That looks like it's functioning properly now. Thank goodness, because that would be that'd be a pretty sick way to start a stream. 10 minutes of running around in Ghost Wolf into 10 minutes of moving at the speed of molasses on this little flight path for the totem quest. Yeah, on the previous versions, even though I'm moving pretty slow right now, the way it was functioning before, you basically moved at like 5% of the speed I'm actually going right now. And there was no way to actually get off of this kind of scripted flight path. Even if you logged off, you came back in and your character was just like stuck in midair for another 10 minutes. So I'm pretty glad they fixed that one. I was thinking I might just have to jump off this mountain once the pre-patch hit, if that wasn't fixed. So the hour-long buff you get from the Air Totem quest has some pretty weird mechanics behind it. I'm mainly getting it at this part right here just because all the quests we're about to do in South Shore, I'm pretty much just like chain killing mobs and running to the next quest in South Shore for about an hour straight. So it's a good time to have this hour-long buff on. The buff itself, it isn't as good as it seems, because it gives you 30% more attack speed for an hour, but it also decreases your damage by 30% on your weapons. So Winfury ends up actually being not very good when you have the buff on. I did some testing and I found out though that if you use Flame Tongue, it doesn't actually lower the damage of Flame Tongue. It does the damage as if your weapon speed was normal, not as if it was 30% faster, so...
What you need, stranger.
Flame Tongue's actually the way to go when you have this buff on.
Survive.
Okay, new rank Purge. New rank of Lightning Shield is huge here. I don't care about any of this other stuff. We just finished maxing out improved Lightning Shield too. So at this point, Lightning Shield's going to be a very large amount of our overall damage. Like, up into the, like, 20% plus. Somehow I have not crit one time in 3 mobs, even with this faster attack speed. Up there it goes, finally at the end. No, I was just talking about... So, normally I would use Winfury here. Winfury weapon, but just because of the way this hour-long buff works from the Shaman Air Totem quest we just did, where it lowers your weapon damage by 30% and improves your attack speed by 30%, it doesn't actually pair that well with Winfury, but it does pair well with Flame Tongue. Flame Tongue still does its full damage as if your weapon speed was normal, not as if it was faster. I'm using Flame Tongue for this, the duration of this quest buff, but after that we'll return to Winfury as normal. Honestly, the most useful thing about this buff is just the 40% move speed, not having to use mana to run around in Ghost Wolf and just being able to zip around through all the quest mobs. Gonna try to complete like a good 7-8 quests or so while we have this buff on. Just make it a lot easier to zip around the whole zone and complete everything. options menu is not working. Wait a second. Oh, it's weird. I couldn't click on it while I was in combat for some reason. Turn it down just a little because Flame Tongue is kind of loud. If that wasn't a cloth item, I would probably use it. Good old cloth gear having agility. I have any talent sequence link? I mean, you can do exclamation point talent. Or talents, I should say. To see the talent build I use while leveling. Not sure what a talent sequence is. Is that something to do with the talent tree, like showing the order you put them in? I didn't even know that was something you could do on websites. But yeah, if you type exclamation point talents, it'll bring up the tree I'm using.
Hey there, have a good one. You need something? Be careful. See you around. What can I do for you?
I noticed on this patch they just put out today, they fixed something that I bug reported a long time ago. For normal hit rating was giving hit rating to spells as well on the beta this whole time. So if you just had like normal melee gear that had plus hit on it, it applied to spells, but it's supposed to be a separate stat in TBC. Doing all these quests down here will give us pretty much all the fish scales and fish oil we need for the rest of the run. So we can do all the water walking and underwater breathing we please. Now that we have a grounding totem, we can actually open up on casters with Flame Shock if we want. And just use the grounding totem to eat the first cast, instead of having to save Earth Shock to interrupt it. Mana cost on Grounding Totem is actually super low, only 36 mana, so it's pretty spammable anytime you want to avoid taking like 200 damage or whatever from a channeled nuke. Usually worth the trade-off. I mean, when the pre-patch hits, I'll probably try to do it in under a week of real life time. Trying to optimize the route enough that I can, you know, get it to under 3 days of played. As long as I play like 10, 12 hours a day or whatever when the pre-patch hits, then should be able to do that in under a week, no problem. Unless I just get ganked relentlessly for the entire time. I don't think there's actually enough of these shore hunters here to even finish the quest until you get some respawns. So I'll have to kind of double back up this way. Yeah, I would say at this point I'm pretty confident that enhancement is the best way to level a shaman by considerable margin. On classic, elemental was a little bit better, 40 to 60, but enhancement got some serious buffs, and most of them kick in like right about level 40, 41. So up till that point, we kind of play a little bit warlock style, where we just kind of have a bunch of kind of medium damage dots like flame shock and lightning shield, kind of sustained melee damage, and then once we hit 41 and beyond, turn into a burst damage class and we just blow stuff up super fast, even with bad gear. We're just doing a solo self-found run here, so I won't have any sort of high-end gear. Yeah, I mean, from 60 to 70, I would just play whichever spec you have the best gear for. Like, their elemental enhancement would be close enough that, like, I wouldn't advise playing enhancement with terrible gear versus, you know, elemental with decent gear, but you're starting over from like level 1 or leveling a shaman from 1, yeah. In the 1 to 60, enhancement's definitely gonna be overall faster. And you guys will see pretty shortly when we get to 41 just the amount of burst damage enhancement shaman puts out, even with like some white vendor weapons, is pretty crazy. Damage we're doing right now, for example, is just like nothing compared to how fast we kill things in about, I guess, like 8 or 9 levels from now. Okay, let's see if we can hit some respawns on these shore hunters here. All the mobs further down that way are the wrong type. Oh god, I forgot these things are actually range mobs. Alright, we're going to start looping up to all these quests up here, starting with the turtle quest. We got a bunch of stuff up in Alterac as well. Should be able to just kind of do a circular route. We're actually going to pick up the flight path for Western Plague Lands as well, just because it's kind of close to where we end up on some of these quests. We'll just recall back to South Shore. Oh yeah, like he crit me right as I activated my gift of the Naris. Actually looked a little dangerous for a sec, but if he crit me a second time, I would have had to use a potion, but so many of these crappy lesser healing potions to burn through anyways. Should probably just be like popping them for sustain at this point. This is one of the quests they changed the drop rate on. Pretty much every turtle drops at least one turtle meat now, sometimes multiple. Whereas previously on Classic, you might have to kill a couple dozen of these turtles to actually finish the quest. Yeah, you could definitely get pretty unlucky when you started running out of spawns and you have to like go to a different area entirely to finish the quest. Or God forbid somebody else was doing the same quest. They kind of just randomly buffed a lot of the drop rates for quests in TBC. There doesn't really seem to be any rhyme or reason behind which ones they did, because there's definitely still some quests that have god-awful drop rates, but a pretty reasonable amount of them have better ones now. That quest I haven't tried on the beta yet. So I've been working on I only recently decided I was going to play an Alliance Enhancement Shaman for TBC. Normally I speedrun on the Horde side stuff. So I've just been working on the Draenei path for the last couple weeks. Most of the previous streams over the last couple weeks were basically me figuring out how to play Shaman effectively and how to create a good quest path through the Alliance areas for Draenei. I wasn't as familiar with the Alliance quests. So kind of just streamed the whole process of me figuring it out, and then now that I know what I'm doing, I think we got a pretty good path. I just restarted the run to go for a full speed run. We're shaving off pretty good chunks of time compared to the one we did previously. All these times are compared to the previous run where we went to like the mid 40s before I felt confident in the route to start over. So Alliance do have a quest for this Yeti cave area. I actually didn't pick it up though because you can't really complete it. If you're doing solo self-found, you kind of just have to like buy stuff off the auction house or have the right professions to actually finish that quest. You need some tailoring stuff and such to make the cloak for the quest. But we do have a different quest from Ironforge that wants us to go in here and pick up some kind of rocks. But if you're not playing solo self-found and you're using the auction house, then you can still do the Yeti for a quest up here at the same time. So yeah, those are the kind of quests that you never really know. It's hard to say for sure because a lot of those type of quests got just kind of stealth buffed drop rates on the beta. But until you've done the quest a bunch of times, you're never really sure if you just got, you know, RNG or they actually changed it. With those turtles, it's like very obvious right from the start though that their drop rate is different. Pretty much everyone drops a meat and some of them drop multiple. You'd have to do more testing to find out stuff like if Crom's amulet drop rate actually got changed. Do that quest multiple times. I don't even know why I'm bothering to kill these guys. There doesn't even appear to be one of those granite pieces up there. Okay, here's one of the ones I need for the quest down below. I need to pick up 5 of them, but they're pretty rare. There'll be like a couple out here, but then you have to start going way to the back of these caves to get the rest of them. More Yeti than I really wanted here. These ferocious ones enrage once they get low, so it's usually best to save one of your direct damage shocks and just try to burst them down for the last 10%. Because you actually can't purge this Yeti enrage, I don't think. You can purge a lot of different types of enrage off mobs, but not these ones. Oh. Yep, nothing to dispel, won't let me purge it. Yeah, I did hear about that. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. I just don't see how it could be true unless they just drop the pre-patch literally tomorrow morning with zero warning. Because, I mean, they've said many times that they were going to give people, like, at least 4 weeks to level stuff during the pre-patch. And on the actual TBC launch from 15 years ago or whatever, I think they ended up giving people like 6 or 7 weeks on the pre-patch before TBC launched. I'd be pretty shocked if it actually came out June 1st. I guess if the pre-patch is tomorrow, then I'll believe it. I mean, I've done a lot of leveling. It's harder for me on the Alliance side to keep everything in my head because I usually speedrun the Horde stuff, but I mean, I definitely did my share of no-lifing vanilla WoW and TBC back in the day, so... but the guide that I put up with the exclamation point guide command, that's the kind of thing I use to kind of keep it in my head. Is before I start a run, or sometimes like while I'm on a flight path going to the next area, I'll open up my Google Doc and just kind of like peruse the next couple levels of stuff I'm gonna do, just so it's kind of fresh in my head. It's kind of why my guide style is, it's pretty short and abridged. Tends to combine steps, so it's not like super detailed where every action you take has a step like with the Joanna guides. It's kind of more of an abridged guide. It suits my style more, where I can just kind of peek at it when I get a minute, and then I'll just kind of remember for the next, you know, half hour or hour or so based on peeking at it. Just kind of like quickly perusing the steps. Yeah, if June 1st was the pre-patch, that would make way more sense, for sure. I know people data mined that the pre-patch was supposed to be, what, May 18th before, but like, honestly, June 1st sounds more reasonable. I mean, they're still... over the last week and even today, they're still pushing out like very impactful bug changes. So it would be pretty surprising if they're like putting in these huge bug fixes and then they're like, okay, 100%, everything's good to go, no problems now, pre-patch tomorrow. Like normally you don't just push out a new build and then the next day you're like, alright, everything's perfect. Like, you normally would give it a little bit of time to see if there were any major problems. Yeah, exactly, because, I mean, that kind of stuff, they could be like, oh, okay, we fixed that bug in the patch that we just put out today, but, you know, until people actually test it, then you won't really know for sure, so... Unless, I guess they... I mean, they could intend to just internally test the Karazhan stuff over the next, you know, 4 weeks or whatever during the pre-patch. But I would still be pretty surprised if that were the case. Yeah, these granite spawns are... I swear there's only like 3 or 4 of these things in the whole cave. Had to kill like almost every Yeti in this damn cave, and this is only the 4th one we've seen. Maybe you just have to wait for one of them to respawn. Pretty sure I checked the top side and I didn't see any granite up there. Oh, looks like one respawned over here, so we gotta fight our way through like another 10 Yeti to get to the one granite that's up. The shame Alliance don't have the Hercule's Rod quest, because killing enough of these things just trying to find 5 granite. Probably finish that by the time I was done. Oh yeah, I'm still not even sure how much layering Blizzard even plans to do on the pre-patch for everybody leveling Blood Elves and Draenei. I was kind of hoping they would do a stress test at some point like they did back on the original Classic Beta. Kind of give people a good idea of how much they were going to ramp up the layering for those starting areas. Alright, that was a lot of Yeti killing just to get to 5 of these granites. This quest chain's pretty good though. This is the one that started from that letter in the water. We picked up at 27 or so when we finished the wetlands. Whole chain ends up being worth like, I think, 10,000-ish XP. Force a habit there. Don't actually need to go into Ghost Wolf because we have this temporary buff. Just run around normally at the same speed as Ghost Wolf while you have that hour-long buff from the Air Totem quest. Seems to be a lot more spawns of these normal mountain lions than the hulking ones. And you actually need to kill more of the hulking ones for this quest, so kind of specifically looking for them in this area. But yeah, looks like it's all normal mountain lions. Oh, there's one hulking over there. Not getting very many crits on these mountain lions, probably because I'm 2 levels below some of these. It's definitely noticing my Shamanistic Focus is not proccing very much on these higher level mobs. Don't do a whole lot of quests that have us fight mobs way above our level as a shaman, but it's kind of a weird level range of quests in South Shore from like just about level 30 up till 34. I'd rather just do them all at once rather than come back multiple times. They even have some late 30s quests later, but those ones I'm fine coming back later for. kind of works out perfectly since we're getting close to done with this quest circuit. Like this 13 minutes left on the buff is probably about right for how long until we finish the remaining quests here. It's a good time to get the hour-long buff when you pretty much just spend an hour straight kind of grinding mobs for these South Shore quests. Good problem to have when you have too many potions. You're basically throwing them away. Sitting on what, like 15 right now. Barely even really need these lesser ones. These quests up here and deeper into Alterac Mountain we're not going to do till later. The area that we do that Ogre Grind quest to get the blue axe is like right up here. Also the area where that rare spawn, Logrosh, the guy that drops the pacifier, is right up here as well. You can spawn a couple of these locations. Too low level to kill him right now, but we'll look for him later, just in case he's up. This one thief here resisted 2 shocks and disarmed me. What a pile. Oops, put that totem too close. Aggroed extra mob. Just gonna make sure we kill this one mob here and then reset it. Not perfect. Need one more hulking mountain lion anyway. finish this quest, pick up a couple new quests around here as well. And that's just a kind of short walk up to the flight point at Western Plaguelands for later. North back to South Shore from there. These things are resisting so many of my shocks. Oh, I guess I do have 2 less hit rating now, due to them fixing the bug where normal hit rating doesn't apply to spell hit rating anymore. Okay, I think there should be enough spawns up here for me to finish the quest. Otherwise we'll have to slightly backtrack back to this other camp. Actually need way more of these foot pads. Prioritize this mob. That Pally was up to. Oh damn it. It's too slow despawning my totem. I might end up like 1 footpad short of completing this quest. Unless we get a quick respawn here. Alright, almost perfectly timed. Buff just ran out. We're just about to finish our last quest here before we turn everything in. So we can switch back to Winfury now. Kind of hoping some of these footpads will start respawning as I kill the last mobs here. Ah, perfect timing. Oh god, I wish this was not a male item. I still have nothing for my head slot. What a tease. By the time I actually make it to 40, I'll have better male helms, just from quest rewards that I can hold on to if I want to. So nothing we can do with this other than vendor it. Alright, done at last. Just scoot up here into Western Plaguelands real fast and be ready to mass turn in all these quests. Actually, I think it's better to go up this way. We'll come back to do the majority of these Northern Alterac quests around 38, right after we finish the first part of Dustwalla.
The Naru have not forgotten us. Greetings.
Remember exactly how many quests we have to turn in here, but definitely a shitload.
Well met. Greetings.
What can I do for you? Have a good one.
Yeah, these gloves are definitely way better for our main set than these spirit ones I was using. It's from lack of anything better.
King's honor, friend. Be careful.
This belt has good enough stats, we'll probably hold on to it for 40. Not sure if we get a better one from quest rewards by then. I haven't seen any of the assassins around here for some reason. They have a quest starter item they can drop, but haven't been seeing them attack anybody.
King's honor, friend. Safe
Okay,
travel.
dipping over to Arathid just for a bit for a few quests and to pick up some of the first aid books. Not doing too much stuff in Arathid till later. Just doing this low level quest and then this chain right here. This chain can be a little annoying because you have to actually track down the undead courier that walks all the way along this road and up into Terran Mill. Keep an eye out, see if I actually see her on her path. If we don't see her anywhere here, it probably means that she's either like just starting her route over here, or she's up close to the Horde town, and she'll be respawning in the next 5 minutes or so.
See you later.
Oh, I actually still have this turtle quest to turn in too back at South Shore. We'll be heading back there shortly anyway once we finish these Arathi quests. I just forgot to pick up the soothing spices from the vendor there, so it didn't show up as completed in my log. Kind of following the main road here just in case we run into that forsaken courier and her bodyguard. Does seem like she's up in the Terran Mill area right now, so just have to check back a few minutes later. In the meantime, I can run over and finish this quest and pick up the first aid book, travel back along that road, and we should run into her by that point.
What can I do for you?
This quest chain, finishing it off gives an absolute ton of experience and also a pretty decent item, so even if we have to spend a little bit of time looking for the courier here, it's worth doing. Especially since we can just kind of run over here and do a couple other things anyway while we wait for her to respawn. She is probably up in the close to the Terran Mill town. At that point, she just despawns and then respawns over here a couple minutes later. Never seen the Assassins, so I played a private server. Yeah, I've definitely seen them on the beta. When I was doing my first trial run, I saw them multiple times in South Shore. They seemed like they were just attacking the town every 5 minutes. This run, no sign of them at all. Okay. Feel like she probably should have respawned by now. Done with that quest, I'll just kind of head back to the road, look for her. And I guess we'll dip in here and grab some of the first aid books while I'll wait for her to travel down the road. Shouldn't be any way that she managed to, even if she like respawned instantly and started walking, we didn't spend enough time up there that she would have passed me on the road by now. Okay. So in theory, we should run into her somewhere along this path now. Unless her respawn time is just insanely long. I think it's supposed to be just a couple minutes. Duck in here to turn this in real fast. A follow-up to this quest chain here is just to go back to South Shore anyway, which is where our hearth is. As soon as I finish that chain, we'll just hearth right back.
Hey there.
Assuming I can ever actually find this patrol. I'm starting to get paranoid. There's no way she could have passed me on the road. The patrol doesn't move fast enough to actually scoot all the way over there while I was up at this area for like 2 or 3 minutes. So unless she's just about to respawn, I don't know what's going on. Not sure how I always manage to have so much trouble finding this escort. I don't know if it's just because her respawn time is way longer than I think it is after she makes it up to Terran Mill or what. They're definitely not the ideal mobs to farm, but where the hell this patrol is with the quest items, it's kind of just stuck killing them here until she eventually respawns. Definitely not supposed to take her that much time to respawn after she makes it to Terran Mill. Peon was guarding the treasure chest, man. Getting in the way of all this sweet loot here. A lesser moonstone. Good. Tilted. How could this thing possibly be taking this long to respawn? Okay, I don't know what the hell I'm missing with this quest. Logically, we check the road coming in, and then after doing this, it's really easy to narrow down the fact that this courier was up in this area when we first came into Arathi. She would have walked to the end of her patrol here, despawned, then she just somehow still not respawned over here. It's a really ridiculous time. Some BOE gloves that are the exact same as the gloves I'm wearing, just with a different name. I don't know, has anyone else ever had this experience with this quest where you're literally waiting like 15 minutes for her to respawn? It's pretty unreasonable. I've only done this quest a couple times, so I don't know if there's some like weird freaking mechanics about it that I'm not aware of or something. The amount of time this is taking is so dumb, but the longer it takes, it's like closer it theoretically should be to when it's gonna happen, so I just feel like I'm stuck here, basically praying that the quest isn't bugged in some way. Jesus Christ. You're gonna make me open up Wowhead and like browse through the comments to see if there's some issue with the quest. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. Like, there's no logical reason why this is happening. I mean, I guess if it's bugged in some way, then can't really be expected to guess that ahead of time, but... I mean, if there were other people here in the zone, that'd be one thing, but... I already know I'm the only person in here. Okay. Oh, there they are. That was completely bullshit amount of unreasonable time for that respawn. I don't know what the fuck is up with this quest. I didn't see any mention when I was looking up info on this quest before about those sort of times, having to wait for her to start her path again. A Salt Lord for the rest of this quest chain.
Need help? Farewell.
Hello. Goddess, watch over you.
Three respawn points for him. What? I don't know about that one. Are you thinking of the same quest? Because that courier always is supposed to respawn right at the start of this farm, and then she walks all the way up to Terran Mill along that road. And then she despawns when she makes it to Terran Mill, and then respawns back here. But apparently today, I guess she just took like a 15-minute vacation between reaching Terran Mill and respawning. I don't know. Maybe there is something mysterious about this quest that I'm just somehow not aware of, because it didn't really make any sense. I'll have to browse through all the like Wowhead comments and stuff again, just to make sure I wasn't missing something obvious before I don't want to like bug report something that isn't actually an issue. Definitely does not feel like it should take that long to respawn. Escort here is supposed to be tanking these things, but okay, at least she got one of them. That's all I can really ask.
What brings you here?
Yeah, she's a super monster. It's almost impossible for her to die. She level 38 and goes into bear form against all these things. Just worried about me being a slightly lower level. If she decides to not actually... Where the hell did this thing come from? If she decides to not actually get aggro on stuff, it could get dangerous. Wait, what the hell is going on right here? Did it just like double spawn the mobs for this escort? Like 3 of these things just literally appeared like out of thin air. I've done this before, and you're supposed to fight like 3 mobs at the most on the spawn scripts.
Vishnu alive.
God. I have to try to get one of these off of her and just hope she doesn't die, I guess. Oh, she got out of bear form. Amazing stuff.
Hello.
This quest is trolling me so hard. Coco stun totem. I go borrow that totem from live. This guy's definitely gonna aggro me as we go past. Okay, I guess I just count myself lucky that she's only fighting 2 mobs instead of 5 just out of completely nowhere. I love that she tried so hard to kill herself by getting out of bear form there for no reason at the end. My heal barely hit her, like a second before she was gonna die. This is such a... Oh my god, this quest is such a clusterfuck on this run. The other couple times I've done this have been absolutely nothing like this. And respawn delayed like 15 minutes and then double spawning the script mobs at that part of the escort. Pretty amazed that she managed to live through that. Wanted to, the reason I bought this white mace is I wanted to level up my mace skill a little bit during this escort, because this escort normally, when it's not bugged to all hell, is just like super, super easy. Since she can just kind of fight 3 mobs at once by herself. So I was like, I'll just leisurely level my one-hand mace skill. Little did I know that me and Kinlori here would be like 1 hit away from death, juggling 5 mobs between us. Just appear out of thin air. Good times, good times. I know achievements aren't even in the game, but I feel like I should get an achievement for making it through whatever the fuck happened on that escort.
Well met.
Alright, get me the hell out of this zone. Never want to see you again, Arathi. Oh, except for the weapon upgrade we get from these quests. Late 30s. God. That was something else.
Need help?
Can I help?
Go with honor, friend.
I supply only the finest goods. See you around.
Also, I had these scrolls and stuff too, along with my mace, and I didn't even bother popping them before the escort. I'm like, this is the easiest escort in all of existence. Like, most of the time, you could pretty much AFK on that escort completely, and nothing bad will happen. Like, at worst, you'll run into 3 mobs and pretty much solo them.
Hey there, safe travels. What can I do for you?
I actually want to save that for later.
See you later.
Light be with you. Light bless you.
Oh, I'm not gonna... After all that sitting around waiting I did for that other escort, I'm definitely not gonna do the same waiting for those assassins. Well, let's just get the hell out of here, shall we?
Need help? Farewell.
Yeah, I actually don't even know at this point how the assassins work there, because previously I had seen them just attack that town, like basically every time I came in there to turn in a quest or something on that other run. They were like all over the place, but I haven't. The few times I've been to South Shore, I haven't seen them once on this run. I'm not really sure what triggers it. Okay, we're taking a pretty brief, as you can see in the guide, if you're following along, we're taking a brief trip over to Theramore now.
What can I do for you? Off with you.
Set our hearth here to come back afterwards. We have we're just gonna do, we have a couple quests to turn in Theramore, and then we can get a lot of XP out of there from just doing some really easy quests before we continue down towards Stranglethorn. That should help us get 34 so we can train new ranks of skills right before going into STV.
You need something? Light bless you.
Oh man. Do I gamble for one more first aid point? God, I guess I gotta kill something that drops some freaking wool bandage while I'm in Theramore. I would like to be able to train silk bandages as we go down to Ironforge and Stormwind. Gamble? Alright. If we don't get any more wool cloth, I'll gamble. May as well wait until I'm actually passing through those areas to gamble. You have to just kill a couple humanoids in Theramore as we're doing all those easy quests there. Mostly this trip to Theramore here is just to it's to grab the flight path and just to turn in and do like the really easy low level quests there. That missing diplomat line that we started, it actually finishes at some point in Theramore. You end up getting just like 10k XP from one of the last steps, and all you have to do is fight one dude. That was a bit of a risky jump. I wasn't 100% sure I would make that.
Good day to you.
Okay, flight path. We're just doing this agitator quest in town here real fast. Pretty easy. I have to kill like 2 or 3 of these things. Sometimes you get credit just without even having to fight them. And then we got 2 quests to turn in this building over here. And they'll lead out this way. And then we'll just get a bunch of XP from like killing one dude then talking to Jaina. In fact, we should be able to get pretty much all the way to 34 from all the various quests we have completed and kind of just waiting for turn-ins at this point. Barely having to kill anything.
Need help?
Can I help you?
Well met.
Hello. See you around. You need something? Good day to you. You need something?
Alright, super easy quest done. Worth a lot of XP, and then... Yep, we'll just basically run out to here and get another 10k or so.
You need something?
Did I get any wool? Nope. It was too much to hope for that one of those random ass guards would drop some.
Greetings, King's Honor, friend.
I actually think, yeah, the mobs in this area are probably too high level to drop wool anyways. Looks like there might be some gambling in our future after all. This quest also gives a pretty good ring, which was part of my route because normally at this point we would actually have one of these ring slots open. I just happened to find this demon band in a chest, so I actually have 2 rings right now. Yeah, normally I'd just be getting... I'd be pretty eager to get a second ring, so... So the ring we get is definitely better than this one. Wait, what the... Where are these things aggroed on me? These sentries are supposed to help me kill this guy. What the hell is going on with these quests? Alright, I don't know what the hell is going on in this game anymore. Yeah, the 2 guards right there are like, they're supposed to help me actually kill the NPC, not aggro onto me right at the start.
What can I do for you?
Welcome to Theramore. Have you come to help the Alliance?
Okay, get me out of here. Yeah, I'm from the US. Wait. I'm getting thrown off by all this random nonsense that's happening. So yeah, they give us... We just We basically went through halfway through 33 here to 2 bars away from 34, just from doing all that easy ass stuff in Dustwalla. Despite the fact that my supposed allies on that quest apparently turned on me.
Hello. Be careful.
Yeah, I was gonna stream a little earlier, but the beta was actually down for a couple hours earlier. They were putting a new build on there. There's a new patch that hit today. They don't put up like patch notes or anything though, so you kind of just... I noticed they did fix some bugs, but I don't really know what all exactly was changed. Okay, we got a couple quests to turn in Ironforge as well. Just kind of slowly making our way down towards STV, turning in all these things that we've completed along the way. It ends up being worth, like I said, yeah, like pretty much over half a level.
Well met.
From turning all this random junk in.
No.
Well, we never found that other wool piece. I guess we're gambling. Come on, no whammies. My disappointment is immeasurable. I would like to train the silk bandages here, but I need 1 more point of first aid. Pretty tragic. Probably what I get for just randomly vendoring a few cloth here and there. Yep. I think I need to restart the run now. But I didn't get that wool skill up. It's hopeless. Yeah, it's good for leveling. It does not cancel your MP5 regen. Oh, that is definitely something I checked, so... You can just use it to just help your overall efficiency with less downtime. For Shaman, you tend to usually be lower on mana than health, so a lot of times it's not really good to use Gift of the Naru like on cooldown or anything. Most of the times you get value out of it as a Shaman. It's when either you've taken a bunch of HP damage because kind of a pull went wrong, you had like a 2 or 3 pull, or you're just in a situation where you are close to death and you kind of like kite away a little bit, pop Gift of the Naru and continue fighting.
for you. What brings you to Ironforge? What's on your mind? See you soon.
We actually barely killed any mobs for all of level 33, other than all those orcs from that stupid ass escort quest where I was waiting for it to respawn, and then when it spawned all the extra orcs during the escort. Other than those mobs, the vast majority of 33 was pretty much just turning in quests. At this point, we're now almost 5 hours ahead of the time we had at level 34 on the previous run. I guess ideally we wouldn't have sat around on our ass for like 10 or 15 minutes waiting for that respawn, so could even be a little bit better. But these quests are just trolling me today. Oh yeah, there's always room for more improvement, and that's the better usually, like, the better you get at speed running and stuff, the more you notice little inefficiencies, and like you just find more and more ways where you're like, oh, I could do that and be a little bit faster. I don't think there's I mean, I'm usually a Horde speedrunner too, so just my overall knowledge of Alliance quests and stuff is pretty low. I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on what I'm doing playing Shaman now, even though I've never actually gotten the class to 60. But, yeah, just Alliance quest route knowledge is, like, there's a good chance I might have just, like, overlooked a quest or two somewhere along the way that I should be folding into the route. That kind of stuff. Or like the fact that I go to Stone Talon, you know, at some point at like level 24 during the route. The whole time I was doing it, I was like, I feel like this isn't super efficient. I wonder if there's a better way to get like a half level here. You know, maybe going somewhere else at that time could be better, but I mean, we've definitely made a lot of improvements in time efficiency from that first run for sure. You can always do a little better. I think the most surprising thing is just like how few deaths we've had. I think that other than the intentional death warps, I think we've only had 2 real deaths on this run, and they were, believe it or not, both to Murlocs. But I do intend on kind of getting into doing some of the hardcore leveling runs and the races in the future, so trying to work a little bit more on not dying. Although I do kind of tend to push the limits a little bit when I'm grinding. Where the hell is Innkeeper in Stormwind? Ah, there we go. I tend to just like keep pulling mobs even when I'm only at like 15% health and mana sometimes.
Light be with you.
Live on the dangerous side.
Go with honor, friend.
I'll probably have to rein in that habit for hardcore. Okay, we got a couple quests to turn in Stormwind. You'll notice that they are way in the back here, so I actually set my hearth just temporarily to Stormwind, so that after I turn these quests in, I can save a couple minutes by just astral recalling back here. Kind of a cool thing about Shaman. We'll be abusing astral recall in STV as well. Just the way we break down the quests we do there. Kind of depends on Shaman being able to get back to Booty Bay repeatedly. The nice thing is that astral recall isn't it's on a different cooldown than the Hearthstone too, so there'll be a point in STV where we use astral recall and Hearthstone within like 10 minutes of each other, just to get around as quick as possible.
How are you?
Somehow we're still not done turning in all of these completed quests from stuff we've been doing over the last couple zones. We're about to run into down into this area as well. And finish the last couple quests of Duskwood from some of the chains that led us out to other areas. Since we're walking down to STV anyway, it's pretty much right along the way.
How are you? Keep your feet on the ground. Great to meet you.
Yeah, my astral recall is actually still on cooldown, so use Hearthstone to get back here. Oh, I got stuck on this giant beta NPC. Okay, we did hit 34, so we want to do some training as well. Fortunately, there is a Shaman Trainer right on the way to outside.
Open your heart to the light.
Big thing is Frost Shock, rank 2 here. Don't think we actually really care about anything else.
Favor the road.
Post connection detected. Routing hollow feed now.
Hey, what up, Jamin? Thanks for the host, brother. Appreciate that. A little more hot shaman leveling action here, in case you didn't get enough before. Yeah, that rank upgrade of Frost Shock is pretty huge. It actually does like 200 plus damage baseline, and previously our most damaging shock did like 120 damage or something. And now that we're actually proccing Shamanistic Focus pretty frequently with Winfury and this quick axe, we'll be able to just spam mana into the new rank of Frost Shock pretty efficiently. How'd your hardcore TBC leveling go, Shaman? I imagine you probably ran into some difficulties once you got past like the first dozen quests or so, since they start you out with such garbage gear there. Maybe not, maybe you're just a shaman god. I see. Yeah, I was interested to see if you were going to be able to survive doing, once you started having to fight, like, level 61 mobs for the quests in Thrallmar. Like, all those demons and stuff, and, like, the Fell Guards north of town. And you were 58 with that garbage green gear. Thought you might be, in for a death or two there. Okay. Yep, more quests to turn in. So I probably should have been angling over more towards Sven here instead of this other quest. Double back to this house right here to actually complete the final step of this quest line. One of the rewards from this final step is a pretty good mail helm that we can hold on to till 40 as well.
Light be with you.
We pretty much just spent like the last 20 minutes flying around to all these random places to turn in quests and then astral recalling back. By the time I actually finished turning in these quests here too, we probably would have gotten pretty much like 3/4 of a level just from turning in random quests in different zones that we had sitting on our log. Waiting for the chance to fly around the world. Okay, this time around I need to remember to equip this beforehand. Last time I found out you actually have to wait half a minute after you put this on before you can use it on the quest mob in here. Keep using Earth Shock just out of habit, but I'll start spamming Frost Shock now when I get these procs. I'm actually super squishy with this stupid quest item in my offhand instead of my shield. Random skeletons are just beating me up. Always best to let those genius pumpers figure things out. Alright, catch you later, man. Thanks again for the host. So that's what that does. Oh yeah. So I reset my my overall data right when we got that new rank of Lightning Shield at 32. You can see the Lightning Shield is pretty close to our top damage dealer at this this rank when we got a fresh rank of Lightning Shield, and we actually had 3 points into improved Lightning Shield now. Lightning Shield's super underrated for
Go with honor, friend.
just overall efficient kill speed for Shaman and kind of the early to mid levels. It's usually your second highest damage dealers at most levels. Once you get to like 40 plus, it'll fall a little bit further behind, but keeping uptime on Lightning Shield really important. Not only is it good overall damage, but it's also pretty efficient damage per mana spent. Okay, at long last we're done turning in quests. Can cruise down into STV. This helm was the one I was talking about that's probably worth holding on to for level 40. Like both these pieces here I'll probably use as soon as I can use mail gear. I'll just dump them in the bank at Booty Bay when we make our way down there. It would definitely be nice to have a mount for all this travel we're doing around this level range. And you'll be able to buy a mount at level 30 when the pre-patch hits, but since we're doing a solo self-found run, Shaman have to spend so much money on food and drinks in the early to mid levels, we won't actually be able to afford a mount until like 40 at the earliest, probably a few levels into 40. Yeah, it's true. Lightning Shield is pretty convenient to cast without interrupting your MP5 regen. Either wait to cast it or just line it up directly after a different spell. Alright, we need the flight path here. We'll be getting around STV mainly through using Astral Recall to Booty Bay and then the flight path up here at the Rebel camp. This flight path is new. It got added with TBC. It's not actually on Classic.
Need help?
Light be with you.
Hey there.
Hopefully we can pick up the quest from this dude here without having to wait forever for him to respawn or do his event or whatnot. But seeing how these quests have been going today, who knows? Oh, he's right in the middle of dying. Let's do our usual thing and go save the NPC. Still got a muscle memory just wants to cast Earth Shock every time I get a Shamanistic Focus proc. Stop myself from doing that and use Frost Shock instead for this level range.
Hey there. Safe travels.
This guy is supposed to give me a quest, but I guess he's busy RPing or something. There we go.
What can I do for you?
Turn that in back here real fast, and then the follow-up leads us back over here in the same area that we're doing a couple other quests, so it's most efficient to do all three of these at once. If you can actually save that guy and get his quest right at the start of the zone, it's helpful. Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to melting some mobs as soon as we get into the early 40s. Hopefully I don't randomly drop the pre-patch tomorrow morning. Stick me with all the boring levels of Shaman and the beta right before I get to the good stuff. Although even the 30s aren't that bad for Shaman. It's mostly like the 20 to 30 range for Shaman is pretty slow. Gets a lot better at 30 and then way better at 40. Actually, I should probably pick up all the Nessingwari quests before I come up here, just in case I run into some of these random panthers or young tigers. So we got a new rank of Purge recently that takes off 2 things at once. So a lot of times I'm gonna wait until these guys put the renew on themselves. Then we can purge off both Inner Fire and the Hot with one cast. Guess now that I've said that, they're never going to use Renew. Oh, there it goes. Ooh, I forgot to get fresh food and drink at the Rebel camp, so as soon as I finish this stuff, I'll have to restock. We are pretty close to 35 where I can get a new tier of food and drink, but this isn't quite going to be enough to last us. Oh god, my Searing Totem is thirsty for blood. That wasn't too bad. I was kind of afraid that all 4 of these would link together. Searing Totem actually probably did a better job at splitting up this camp than I would have done. What the hell happened there? I swear my Earth Shock was up. I have so many buffs with all these random scrolls that we bought from the vendor that sells the first aid book. Like, actually kind of hard to even tell when my lightning shield goes down without looking at my character. I need to do a better job of... I guess I just have to hold on to my shock. Thought I could burst this guy down before he would get a heal off, but that did not work. Why is this... Whoop. I guess even my opening flame shock doesn't give me enough time for Earth Shock to come back up. Ooh, that was not the path. I'm actually pretty surprised he didn't end up pulling like this entire room with him there. Oh, damn. Thought I could get this guy solo. We'll do this follow-up on one of the later circuits. There's basically, I break down STV into 4 different circuits for like 34 to 36 here. It's like kind of the initial one where you do all the stuff up on this area, then you go down to Booty Bay and pick up all those quests and kind of do those in 3 different chunks, and then Astral Recall back at the end of each of them. So we'll have a couple quests that lead us into the cave. We can do this Strongbox quest later on, and then Astral Recall from the back of the cave, so we don't have to fight our way back out.
What can I do for you? Have a good one. Hello. Safe travels.
I supply only the finest goods. Light bless you.
Okay, who sells food in this camp?
What can I do for you?
Don't need too much of this stuff because we're gonna get level 35 pretty soon, just like I think
For the Alliance.
1 stack of each should hold me over until we can get the new tier of food.
Good day to you.
to meet you. What's on your mind? You got my attention.
Can I help you?
What can I do for you?
I think next time around I hit up this camp first before I go and do all those quests up here. And at least I'll be able to finish some of these tigers and panthers off while I'm doing it. These quests still give pretty garbage XP. These initial Nesingwary quests, they on the beta up till this point, they weren't getting the bonus XP that quests are supposed to get from level 30 plus. Because these are level 30 plus quests, but they were only given like 1250 XP on the beta, which is less than they should be, so curious to see if they have finally fixed that by now. Quests should be given more like 16 or 1700 XP.
Well met. Open for business.
My little mini spirit set that I have is just 4 items. This is pretty much the time I like using it. It's when you're just kind of traveling around in Ghost Wolf. I'll show you guys the difference. So my mana regen with these 4 spirit items on 73. My normal gear like 53. It ends up being like 40% more mana regen or whatever, just by hitting a little macro to put my spirit gear on. There's probably some sort of add-on that like does that for you automatically when you go into Ghost Wolf, but I haven't bothered like looking for one or trying to find one that works on the beta currently, so just kind of doing it manually. Still marked as 1250. It's, I mean, the way it's supposed to work is that all the quests that are 30 and above on TBC are supposed to give 30% more XP. These initial quests gave... Oops, wrong button. These quests gave 1250 back on Classics. The fact that they're still giving 1250 is a bug. It's been like that the whole beta, where it's only once you get to the mid-30s where quests are actually giving the proper amount of XP on the beta. The early to mid-30s quests are just like either not giving any bonus XP or not giving enough. I tried to explain in as much detail as I could about how the XP values are wrong on certain level ranges of quests, but you only have like 250 characters, so hopefully they got the point across. But the first quests are 29? They're supposed to be 30... Wait a second. But it... yeah. I think they're listed as 31 now, but it's not just these quests too, it's like a lot of the barely over level 30 quests on the beta are not giving as much XP as they should. It like kind of scales up, and then once you get to the mid-30s, then stuff is functioning properly. It should be based on the level of the quest, right? Not like the level it becomes available. Unless these values that Questy has for the level range on TBC are just incorrect, but... Another example is the earlier on the beta when I was doing the Shimmering Flats quests, which are all like early 30s. Is that most of that stuff was not giving the full bonus XP either. Only need to kill like 4 or 5 of these things over here. There's just not that many spawns of these Stranglethorn Tigers over on the this side where we're doing all the rest of the quests, so grabbing a few extra while I'm over here. Is it? That'd be pretty weird, because there's some quests that you can technically get at like level 19 that are like all those quests that people use for twink gear. Like even the whole quest chain that eventually leads to killing King Bangladesh, you can technically obtain it at level 29. Even though the quest itself is like a mid-40s quest. That Shaman have so many more abilities than the other classes I typically play. It's like run out of key bindings, like freaking mouse clicking, water walking and stuff. But not used to having more than like a couple dozen abilities you hit frequently.
Need help?
I buy and trade. Safe travels.
Try not to mess with any of these trolls for now. We haven't gone to Booty Bay to pick up all the quests for them yet, so once I finish these initial like starter quests of the zone, we'll head down and pick up all the stuff from Booty Bay. Yeah, I haven't bothered putting keybinds on a bunch of this random stuff. It just feels weird, like mouse clicking something that you're using while running around, but just have too many abilities. Just in time to save my mana totem.
King's honor, friend.
Hey there.
King's honor, friend.
Okay, we're gonna finish the tiger chain right now. It's because it's pretty easy to do all at once. Should give us 35, and then we can head down to Booty Bay and grab all the mid-30s quests. Pretty much done progressing the Panther line for now. I'm not going to bother with the Shadow Maw Panthers while I'm underleveled. We'll be going to Dustwallow Marsh next. We stopped in there briefly a little bit earlier just to pick up the flight path and turn in some of the easy quests there. So now that we have the flight path, once we're done with STV, the first part of STV, we'll be down in Booty Bay, and then we can just boat over to Ratchet and fly to Dustwallow instead of having to fly all the way up here and then take the boat over. But yeah, we do a lot of Dustwallow between 36 and like 42 or 43. Probably spend like a good 4 levels worth of time there. 3.5, 4 levels. Yeah, Dustwallow is for sure one of the best zones in the game now. Both factions can end up getting close to 4 levels worth of XP from there. With, not only the new quest hub they added in the south, but just the fact that all those quests give like 30% more XP ends up being super lucrative. Brought a very rare heal. I so rarely even use heal as Shaman. I think next time around I'm just gonna stop ranking up the normal healing wave also. Pretty much the only heal I even use is the lesser healing wave. So I try to avoid using heal at all. Mid-combat, as it resets your swing timer and all that. But if I do have to heal, lesser healing wave is pretty much the only one that's really viable mid-combat.
Hello.
Guess he's 3 levels above me. I should probably, let's say I drink to full here instead of just pulling him at half mana. I was gonna go turn that in, but actually it makes more sense to just, while I'm kind of down here, just continue the run down to Booty Bay. We'll be flying back up here to this rebel camp anyways after we pick up all the Booty Bay quests, so I can just turn this quest in as I come down from there. Kind of the unfortunate thing is, on the Alliance side, you have to do this kind of long-ass run down to the south, since you don't really typically find yourself in Ratchet at early levels as a Draenei. You never really get a chance to pick up the flight point for Booty Bay. Be this Crocolisk just straight up ignored both my Stoneclaw and my my Slow Totem. Neither of them even ticked on him. I guess while we're running south here, I guess I could kill a couple of the Shadow Maws. Just hold on to that quest for later. Just as I kind of run through here. I'm probably barely even going to be able to see them, just because my level is so low. Some of these things are like 4 levels above me. Except for this Shadow Maw over here, apparently forgot how to stealth. That should be enough. Later when I do this quest, you sometimes have to kind of wait on respawns for a couple of them. Whoop. Didn't even notice this thing. Even snagging a couple Shadow Maw kills now. Make it a lot easier to finish the quest later without having to go super out of your way to look for additional Shadow Maws. Okay, we're at one of the only points where you need to kind of think on a decision for the enhancement tree. Most of these points are like pretty obvious takes as you go down the tree. With this current tier for weapon mastery versus mental quickness, I actually, despite the fact that we're enhancement, I personally feel like mental quickness is a lot better at this level range than weapon mastery. A lot of people say that weapon mastery is just an auto take, but honestly, you do a really high amount of spell damage in your overall damage in the 30s. It's not until you start getting the later talents, like when you have Storm Strike, Dual Wield, and you have all the points in Dual Wield specialization for the extra hit and all that stuff. At that point, you do a lot of damage from your weapons, and when you have better weapons, but at this point, it doesn't really make that much of a difference at all. Like our melee is less than a third of our overall damage at this level range. And you'll notice our second and third highest spells are Lightning Shield and Flame Shock. And both of those get really high damage boosts from spell damage. So even though we're enhancement, getting the extra like 25 or so spell damage from each talent point of mental quickness, I feel like makes a way bigger impact right now at this level range than the weapon mastery. Then later, once we have dual wield and all that stuff, then we'll finish putting points into weapon mastery, because at that point it's actually significant. Power is 170. So the thing is, we get a new rank of Strength of Earth totem pretty soon, like 36 or 38. And I don't really use Earth totems too frequently up till this point because they're pretty man inefficient. But once we have the talent that gives us more ability power from attack power, I'll be using Strength of Earth a lot more.
What's up? Glad I could help. Hurry back. Time is money, friend. Talk to me. Adventure awaits. What's up?
The main reason I break this, we're going to be hearthing back to Booty Bay like 3 different times. Main reason is because the supply and demand chain here, you have to do 3 different steps to complete it.
Time is money, friend.
The boots we have are super trash, right? Like, look at these. These are garbage-ass boots. And the boot reward you get from actually finishing that crocodile skin chain is really good. Like a bunch of strength and agility. At least compared to these boots, it's super huge, so... kind of going out of our way to make sure we finish that chain right now. Oh, whoops. Need to stock way up on level 35 food and drink and stuff.
Hey, keep it real. Got the best deals anywhere.
Yeah, I should ding 35 by the time I need to eat, drink anything.
Have a good one.
I keep forgetting you can't ghost wolf out here. Okay, let's drop off some of this mail
Time is money,
gear.
friend.
Some of the silk. Use that for turn-ins and for bandages and stuff later. In fact, we can just kind of drop this off as well, since
Be good.
I can't actually make silk bandages yet due to this last point of first aid trolling me until I can get some more wool. I just keep running to the Horde Flight Master.
Off with you.
Okay, now we should be able to get away around STV really easily. So we have pretty much infinite Hearthstones as a Shaman with Astral Recall. And we have both the flight points here now. I'll be right back, one sec. My spec is Enhancement. We're going Enhancement all the way 1 to 60. Enhancement, once we get to the early 40s, you guys will see how strong Enhancement is now in TBC. It does crazy burst damage. In my favorite zone, God, it used to be Feralus, but dude, I think it's Dust Wallow now on TBC. Just the amount of XP you can get out of Dust Wallow. It's got to be one of the best XP per hour quests, or one of the best XP per hour zones in the whole game right now, for like the 1 to 60 leveling. And the fact that both factions can use it, like it's pretty much equally good for both of them. Alright, be right back, one sec. I don't even know what the hell this dude's purpose is. Part of some Alliance quest up there. Oh god, I guess can't actually turn in the supplies to what's his name until he starts that event again where you have to rescue him from the tiger and the 2 guys that we did right when we entered the zone. Oh god, you alone, Panther. Alright, looks like I missed some questions while I was grabbing a drink on the flight path. I scroll up here in a sec as I'm running around.
Need help?
Oh my god. Low level mob is just dazing the shit out of me. Okay, these things are slightly better. So yeah, this level doesn't make that much of a difference. Gives me 19 bonus damage and healing. But by the time I have a few points into it, we'll start getting better gear with more attack power, plus we'll get the new rank of Earth Totem. So like in another handful of levels, the 3 points in mental quickness will be more like, 80 or 90 extra spell power and healing. Gift of the Naru does get a one for one benefit on healing. It's a little helpful there as well. Man. Oh, yep. Looks like you got things pretty much handled there with the weapon questions. Yeah. On the Alliance side, it's pretty much impossible to get a good two-handed weapon in this level range if you're playing solo self-found, which is what I'm doing on this run. Like, you guys can feel free to use the guide that's attached and, you know, not play solo self-found, but that's how I'm doing it. This one-hand blue axe from Duskwood that we got does pretty much more DPS as a one-hander than any of the two-handers you can get on the Alliance side. Up until there's like a two-handed mace in the late 30s you can get out of Badlands that's pretty good. But by that point you're about to switch into dual wield for the rest of the leveling process anyway. It's kind of pointless to level up a new weapon from scratch just for like a couple levels. I will be trying the ogre farm for those weapon upgrades this time around too. I really have 0 skins after killing like 7 of these things. Unlucky. I do actually need to finish those skins before we go back to Booty Bay, so I guess we'll clear out some of these raptors and the basilisks over here. Double back to check the skins along the river again. And yeah, for those of you who have never seen this talent before, Shamanistic Focus, this talent is new. With TBC, it replaced the old talent shamans had to use two-handed axes and maces. That's just baseline now, as long as you train the weapon skill. This is pretty huge for our mana efficiency, especially when you start using one-handers more. At the point that you're dual wielding, most of your shocks are going to have this reduced mana cost on them. Oh, the Morgrane's Might flex. Man. See, you did not suffer from getting stuck on 4 horsemen forever like I did. All our warriors selling their accounts all the time so we couldn't progress. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes more sense. I'm pretty bad at remembering exact weapon names. See, did you experiment with max spirit gear while leveling as a shaman? I've got my 4 spirit pieces here that are just stuff that we're always going to be able to get through the quests or vendors or whatever. That's all I have right now. Probably not going to make an entire set of it, but if I can get somewhere in the like 4 to 6 piece range that have pretty high spirit counts. I've mostly just been using it when we're like running around from place to place in Ghost Wolf. Oh, is that a common thing? I thought I was like being the freaking trendsetter here. I don't know for sure if it does or not. I would say almost certainly not, because I feel like I would have heard people mentioning it if it did. All the discussions I've heard about weapon enchants and stuff for TBC, pretty much nobody has been mentioning Flame Tongue as like a viable option. The Shaman Discord gets pretty sweaty with their min-maxing, so I feel like I would have heard about it if it worked that way. And so far, it definitely seems like it's worth having even just a little bit, so it doesn't completely destroy your bag slots. Since, I mean, we don't have that much bag space solo self-found. You can't, like, you know, buy all the 16 slot bags. I wonder if they fix these things where they have an animation yet. Oh, they do. They did actually fix that. But it has been making a pretty noticeable difference when I'm zipping around in Ghost Wolf. Like how much faster I regen just swap into those 4 spirit pieces. I didn't even notice there was another dude back there tossing stuff at me. Yeah, you could always check the Shaman Discord. They have like a TBC leveling section that I've kind of been like keeping an eye on too. But I only kind of recently started playing or basically trying to learn all the mechanics and stuff behind Shaman for TBC, like over the last couple weeks, so, you know, it's possible I'm missing something, but... I know I've definitely looked into some insight on the pros and cons of the two different enhancement shaman builds, and the one that goes into the elemental tree partially, like that interaction was never brought up. I feel like that would be a that would be a reasonable bonus of going into elemental if that interaction worked like that. Maybe next time I'm just messing around a little bit in my spare time. I might try it out on the server where you can make the pre-made characters, just to know for sure. Oh yeah, Gift on the Naru is great for leveling. And then for resto shamans, like the more geared you get, the better it gets. It eventually, at some point in TBC, ends up becoming like one of the best heals in the game when you have enough plus spell power and healing. Okay, well, you've convinced me that next time I'm just dicking around on the beta without trying anything in particular, I'll try making a pre-made character and do that build. See if that interaction works like that. see. Guess I could try to finish these Troll Tablet quests now. And hit the River Crocodilus again on the way out of there. Yeah, the Troll Tablet quest is by far the hardest quest that we're doing on this this run through STV. Just like this little 2.5 level range that we're doing STV for now. The one up here for Curzon's Mystery. Whoops, I just got stunned while I was looking at that. But yeah, this tablet up here takes so much effort to get to. And it can be pretty dangerous with mobs aggroing you like through the floor and from below and not having good escape paths and stuff like that. These mobs are pretty clustered in here. Oh god, we ended up with... Thought I was getting 2 there, maybe. Pretty surprised I ended up pulling 3 somehow. Not loving this. Okay. Probably should have given up on that pull and just reset it after that first kill. Well, a little bit spicy. At least hardcore should be interesting with my natural inclination to gamble with my life. This may have been a poor decision also. Might have aggroed like 5,000 things behind me. Okay, this tablet up here is the annoying one. My god, I'm trying so hard to drag this guy away from all these other mobs, but he's just stuck in place. Yeah, I need to have like a little bit of an escape path here. Just because this area over here, you end up with so many just random ads from the way the mobs patrol up there. And I have to have a little bit of space to make a break for it if everything goes wrong. I'm still working on my reflex for totemic call. Occasionally I forget to use that, especially when I just got it. It's pretty annoying. All this stuff up here can add, and you have like random patrols that come over as well. And the mobs being ranged just makes it even more annoying. Guess I should be prepared for the same then, since we're getting a little PvP server action as well. Right now my route is only, like, I only come to STV basically a couple times, like here 34 to 36, then much later, like 43, 44, 45, so This quest is kind of awkward. Like, either you do it right now and you're kind of under-leveled for doing it, or you do it later and you're over-leveled. I could probably be convinced one way or the other that this quest may not be worth doing right now. One thing I learned for sure is don't put a totem anywhere near over here, otherwise you have like 20 trolls charging at you from down below. Just all these mobs being freaking ranged. Come on over. Honestly, if I do hardcore and I get to STV, I'm probably not doing any quest that involves the trolls, just because they have the potential, if you get a few unlucky parries, to just kill you from half-life in a few seconds when they're enraged. Not quite sure why these things aren't grouping up better. Or like when I go behind this wall, he just kind of still stays at range and throws spears at my totems or something. Oh, he shouldn't really have aggro on them. Yeah, we did it. I probably should have just rode the wall out this way. You can get on the high ground there. It's like a pretty safe exit, unlike what I'm doing here. All these nets and stuff are super annoying for Shaman. There's pretty much nothing you can do about them. Oh, I didn't want him to... My lightning shield just does so much damage that it probably would have pulled aggro over the Stoneclaw totem initially, at least until it had pulsed a few times. I was just kind of trying to drop a totem and loot that thing, then get the hell out of there. Look how stylish they are. I'm basically back to even though, because I didn't realize that on Classic you got the extra 4 bag slots by doing the account security thing. So just a couple days ago, I actually finally got around to doing it. I thought that was something for live or, yeah, retail WoW only. None of these crocodiles have skins.
Hi.
Greetings. Farewell.
I think this is the 10th river crocodile I've killed. Must be due now. I don't think I've ever had to kill more than like 5 of these things to complete this quest. Jesus Christ. Good 0 for 12. Okay, I ended up taking a pretty crazy path for these. Oh, we got one. I'm having to double back for this crocodile skin quest. I wanted to finish this first and then just complete all these quests and then go out to this island and hearth back to Booty Bay. But instead I'm over here killing 24 crocodiles. Ooh boy. Okay, so we'll pretend that in a normal world where I don't have to kill 20 of those things to get 2 skins, would have finished that, and then after we were done with the troll quest, would have just worked our way south, getting like these last singing shards and these last 4 ears. Then just hearth from here. God, the way the weapons worked for hunters back in vanilla was so hilarious, so counterintuitive. You remember for a while how there was like a level 20 crossbow or something that was better than all the molten core weapons? Yeah, it was steel arrow crossbow. Keep thinking I have scrolls in my inventory to use, but it's just this quest. It takes up 4 spots. Oop. Huh. This random green from that mob is like better than any two-hander you can get from Alliance quests. This level range. I was really scared of that Fire Nova totem they put down, because you can't actually interrupt it with Earth Shock. Thought I was about to get bursted down. Int. Damn, I always find male gear with such good stats. Pretty much have an identical one waiting in the bank for 40 though. I haven't put a video up yet. I will soon though. Just do it before I go to bed, maybe tonight, or at least so I can start loading. I just have the I think I just have the Blood Elf one up there now, but I'll start putting parts of this run up there since the time's been pretty good so far. Other than the somewhat intense trolling I've been getting on a few of these quests on today's run. Still don't know what the hell was going on with those Arathi quests. Oh my god, we finally got an ear. Yes, you can get riding at level 30 in the pre-patch. I just won't be able to afford a mount until early 40s. Change weapon? What's that green staff I got? Nah. It has the same DPS as this one-handed axe without the crit rating, and I lose massive armor and stats from not having the shield. Oh god, this warrior is beating me up. Ooh, I finally got a wool cloth. Maybe I can eventually get that last point of first aid. Now the first mount's more like 45 or 40 gold, I guess depending on your reputation. Hey, we got it. Yeah, 40, 45-ish gold. Yeah, the next, unless we get like some sort of lucky drop, the next weapon change will be later in the 30s. Oops. There's a nice 2.7 speed mace from a quest in Arathi. We have to go to that water area. I think it's called Blackwater Hammer. And for anyone who joined the stream recently, you can use the chat command exclamation point guide to pull up an overview of basically what I'm doing on this route, at least up until we get into Dust Wallow. I only have it mapped out to like the mid to late 30s right now, but I'll be updating that as I go on the run, so eventually that guide will have the full 1 to 60. You know, unless the pre-patch is randomly tomorrow morning. In which case I will be re-leveling 1 to 35 pretty much the next 2 days. I'd be pretty unhappy if pre-patch was tomorrow, just so I had to re-level the exact same thing I just did over the last few streams. Oh, was there a chest down there? I didn't see it. Just curious how blind I am. Level 37. Oh, I hope this counts as a line of sight thing. Ah, good. Alright. Not sure if it's worth doubling back for a water chest here, but maybe it's the chest of destiny. Gotta have something good to be so inconveniently placed down here. Well, you can never really go wrong with health potions. I do have just an absolute ton of them right now, to the point where just freaking get rid of these smaller health potions. It's a closed beta, but they've been letting more and more people in as it goes. Okay. Whew. Finally done with this circuit. Okay, that definitely took longer than I anticipated, due to having to double back for those Crocodile skins and kill so many of the crocodiles and the trolls to actually get the quest items to drop.
Time is money, friend. Yo!
RNG was not particularly favorable on that section.
Interesting.
I guess I'll keep this around in case I want to level up one-handed mace at all. Oh shit, I actually ended up with 8 wool cloth
Glad I
somehow.
could help.
Perhaps the dream is here. Surely these 4 bandages won't let me down. Ooh, 1 shot.
Talk to me. Time is money, friend. I have work for one such as you.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah. If you want a
What's
chance
on your
to
mind?
get into the beta, though, you do have to opt into it.
Big good.
They made this one different. Even if you were opted into just WoW stuff previously, you had to specifically opt in to this TBC beta. You can still do so. You just on your account info, or you can just like Google TBC beta opt-in, and it will take you to the spot you need to go. Okay, so on this next circuit we do the Raptor Quest over here. This one kind of sucks. These raptors, they like knock you down and disarm. Pretty annoying, but we only have to kill 10 of them. We'll do the raptors, the hostile takeover quest, the Crocodile skins, and then the last couple quests in the Kuzrin area up here. Then we have to go super deep into this cave to actually make it to Bookie Herod's strongbox, but fortunately, since we're a shaman, by the time we actually get there, our astral recall will be ready and we can just zip on out.
Hey there. See you later.
Oh my god. Got like 1% HP when I noticed him. I'll never get to turn this quest in. Alright, let's try my luck with these higher level crocodiles. See if we can get better than a 10% drop rate. pretty much all the quest mob we need are either right along these riverbanks or on either side. Raptors over here, goblins over here. I can kind of just wander around killing these crocodiles, and whichever side it takes me to, I can complete part of that quest. Yikes. Crocodiles have it out for me this run. Where are all my Winfuries and crits? What leveling method are you doing to get past 40 to 45? Yeah. Okay, so from here, we get to probably about halfway through 36, and we go to Dust Wallow, which takes us maybe till halfway through 38, maybe a little bit less. Then you can get to 40 between the rest of South Shore, Arathi Highlands, and Alterac Mountain. You can go like 40 to 41 Swamp of Sorrows. I'm gonna be doing that ogre grind to get the blue one-hand axe once I hit 41, since we'll have a dual wield and storm strike at that point. So we'll end up grinding out like half a level there while we're looking for gear. And then you go right back to do the second half of Dust Wallow. If you don't want to grind, or when you're done grinding, that'll take you about up till 43. And then you can come back and do the last of the STV quests that we don't do this time. That'll take you about to 45. They did change a lot of the STV quests, like the later quests in STV, they lowered the mobs level for a bunch of them. So all the stuff that on Classic previously had to be in like the mid or late 40s to do, you can do in kind of the early to mid 40s now. Yeah, and that's just the route I'm using. There's like the Lord there pointed out. Yeah, there's other TBC. There's so much quest XP available that you can basically pick and choose. Once you get to, you know, the mid 30s and beyond, you can kind of pick and choose a couple zones you just don't want to do. You either don't like the zone or you just don't want to travel to certain places or whatnot. Oh, how long have I actually had 5 Rockless skins for? Just absent-mindedly killing these, assuming I still needed the drop. Okay, at least I wasn't, like, killing a dozen extra of those. One to 60, I definitely suggest enhancement. We're doing enhancement the entire way. 1 to 60, it's a lot better on TBC. Right now, it's not super strong, but as soon as we get to the early 40s, it'll be really strong. From 60 to 70, like, honestly, I would just go with whatever you have the better gear for, or which playstyle you prefer. I like enhancement a little bit more than elemental for 60 to 70, but like they're close enough that you can play whichever you prefer or whichever you have better gear for. Yeah, I wish I could charge for some beta keys. I didn't even, I didn't get any to give away, sadly. Probably could have come up with some, amusing ways to give them out, but I'm a fairly inconsistent streamer. in terms of just like I kind of went for a year or so without streaming, so I don't think I'm on Blizzard's list for the influencers or anything. Streaming pretty regularly now again, but yeah, for a while there I wasn't really playing classic WoW or streaming at all, so looks like I'm not cool enough to get the keys for the giveaway. Oh my god, I can't help myself. I just see crocodiles and assume that I have to kill another 5 dozen of them. I switched the weapon enchant that I use a lot from 1 to 30. In fact, on this run we've actually used all 4 of the weapon enchants for pretty good length of time, depending on which weapon we have and like other factors, but from 30 on it's mostly Winfury, just except for a couple exceptions. 1 to 30, most of the time you're using like whatever the freshest rank of the weapon enchant is. Really, I'd still be so surprised if it was the pre-patch tomorrow. I guess nobody's expecting to have 0 warning and for them to just drop it out of nowhere. But, I mean, I guess if the pre-patch is tomorrow, at least I'll believe that TBC's coming out June 1st. It's pretty much the only way I'll believe that leaked release date is real, is if the pre-patch is tomorrow. Oh yeah, back to the other question of Rockbiter versus Winfury. On Classic, it's a little bit closer. There are some people that, you know, crunch the numbers and stuff and were pretty high on Rockbiter, but on TBC, now that you have the Shamanistic Focus talent, which is pretty important for your mana efficiency, and therefore your overall kill speed, it works way better with Winfury than with Rockbiter. I know there's definitely periods of time where I choose to use Winfury even though I know it's less, or it's technically less damage than like a new rank of Flame Tongue or whatever. But I think even if Winfury does slightly less damage than other weapon enchants at certain levels past 30, just having the much higher uptime on Shamanistic Focus and Flurry is more important. No, you can use whatever you want up till 41, two-hander or one-hander. I'm just using this because of the availability of weapons. We're doing solo self-found, so Alliance gets a really good one-hander and a really good shield out of Duskwood, And they have just like absolute garbage for two-handers in that level range. Once you get to the early 40s, you're pretty much just one-handers, or dual-wield one-handers the rest of the way. And Shaman in TBC, yep. I'm playing Enhancement Shaman. Something different from my usual characters. I usually play Horde side, and I usually play like Hunter, Rogue, Warrior stuff. Just wanted to do something completely different for TBC. So I'll be leveling a Shaman up from scratch when the pre-patch hits. Just like most people. Hopefully that's not early tomorrow morning. I mean, I would mostly just be annoyed with the, like, complete lack of warning. If they... Just because I imagine a lot of people, you know, want to do stuff right at the start of the pre-patch. And if they just, like, suddenly, out of absolutely nowhere, spring it on... Which, like, I don't know. What, are people just gonna, like, stay up till 7 AM just on the off chance that Blizzard decides to be crazy and launch the pre-patch with no warning out of nowhere? It's kind of a weird situation. There was a screenshot from, I don't know, like 5 or 6 hours ago that was, it was showing that June 1st was the TBC release date. And that date is basically impossible unless the pre-patch is tomorrow with the maintenance, or today, I guess, technically. Because they've repeatedly said that they were going to give at least 4 weeks for the pre-patch before TBC launched. No, sadly, when I was streaming on the Classic launch, back then, it kept Twitch partners' VODs, like, forever. And then at some point they changed the way that worked, and they just, like, automatically started deleting stuff. I wasn't really aware of it until most of my stuff got deleted. So they got my initial Classic run where I was racing to the first solo 60 on Fairlina. Also there was another game I was speedrunning for a while. It was kind of like it was kind of like a Final Fantasy Tactics-esque game. I got the best clear time for that as well, but Twitch just like snap deleted that video after a few weeks. I thought they stuck around way longer. Unfortunate. I guess I need to be more vigilant about uploading stuff to YouTube. Oh yeah. Well, I might be old enough that I get grandfathered in at this point. You're like, ah man, Cawthon's been around forever, you know, that's just how old people are. They give your grandparents a pass. I wish that I could absorb that little stun they do with Grounding Totem, but sadly it doesn't work. And I'm getting... Then we're going to finish STV and then do maybe a little bit of Dust Wallow, at least get over there. To be real with you guys, I am getting a little bit paranoid that Blizzard just like suddenly releases the pre-patch out of nowhere tomorrow, despite the fact that logically it doesn't really make sense to me they would do so, but I was going to go till like the late 30s tonight, but if I did that I'd be up till like 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. or something, going to bed, you know, potentially right when the window opens for pre-patch, so I should probably go to sleep a little early just in case they do end up releasing it tomorrow morning. But finish all this STV stuff at least, and then cruise over to the Dust Wallow area. No, this server I'm going to be playing on is it's white main, so it's a pretty populated PvP server. Since I don't have any characters on that server already, and I don't have any money or anything, and I'm going to be leveling a character from scratch, so it's not going to be super geared. I'm not even leveling 60 to 70 in the open world on a PvP server with my new character might not be the best way to do it. Might be doing some, just to avoid the huge Zerg in Hellfire Peninsula. I'd do some initial dungeon leveling with some friends. I'm doing the whole 1 to 60 when the pre-patch hits as solo self-found and no dungeons and all that. But I still have to think about what I want to do for the actual TBC launch. Even if I end up not leveling out in the world, at some point I'll make a 60 to 70 path, because I'll probably start doing some hardcore leveling as well. That's something I want to get into this time around. Also, honestly, like, having the difference between just, as long as you've played Outlands and leveled a bunch of characters there before, like the Outlands leveling progression is not very complicated. Like you can kind of just wing it, and as long as you've done it before a few times, you can probably be like 95% as efficient as like an optimized route. It's a little different than the 1 to 60. Like 1 to 60, your route and your planning and stuff matters a lot. Like 60 to 70, there's not really that many options. Like there's only kind of like a couple obvious ways to progress through it. So it's just not really that complex a thing to do. I'm definitely more concerned with getting just getting a real nice 1 to 60 route going for the pre-patch, more so than worrying about the 60 to 70 stuff for now. Yeah. It's pretty much the same thought process I'm at there. It's just kind of hard to mess it up as long as you know what the quests are. There's only so many orders that you can like do the different zones or the different quests in. It's like kind of progresses through on its own. Okay, I'm trolling. I need one more of these stealther guys back here. Gotta run back and get him before this stuff starts respawning. No, the pre-patch should be the same as leveling 1 to 60 here on the beta. If anything, it should actually be slightly faster because the early level 30 quests still aren't giving as much XP as they should. This 35 to 36 level has been... It's felt a little bit slow, but I guess I do have a bunch of quest XP that we should be cashing in on pretty soon. See, we're actually starting to lose time compared to the previous run just for this level. But I guess we'll get a decent ways into 36 from these turn-ins. Oh shit, this guy just purged my lightning shield. How dare you? Convenient 15-minute Hearthstone.
Yo!
Okay, we're done with the vast majority of the quests that we're actually going to complete right now in STV. Basically just going to complete the final Crocodile quest here to get those nice boots.
Yo, be good.
Is over here by the island, and we're going to go, while we're in that area, we're just going to run out here to the island, finish that quest as well, and then we'll hearth back and take the boat over to Ratchet so we can fly to Dustwallow. One day I will remember that I'm not Horde. I should be going to the Alliance flight path.
Talk to me.
Okay, let's go turn in a bunch of stuff. So yeah, we'll be getting a nice boost of XP here to make up for that 35 to 36 stretch, which did feel kind of slow. We kind of had to grind out more mobs than I was anticipating on some of those quests. I don't think, yeah, we didn't have any deaths, did we? Just kind of felt like the drop rate RNG was a little on the slow side for this run. That level felt like it took a while. Yeah, I guess my shield, I should think of it as like a sticky note to remind me to go to the right flight path. Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Sky Punch, yeah, it's faster on TBC, like depending on the class, but I mean, if it took you like 6 days to level before, it might take you like 4 now or something. Biggest thing is it's just kind of more friendly for new players. It's people that aren't as experienced with vanilla. They get really confused trying to level to 60 because they just run out of quests and they don't realize that you have to grind or do dungeons at certain points. And with TBC, there's just way more quest XP to the point you never really run out of quests.
Well met. Need help? Be careful. What can I do for you?
You need something?
King's honor, friend.
Ooh. Do I keep these shoulders for later? I think so.
Go with honor, friend.
And it's just stamina. Not amazing, but I don't have any other male shoulders waiting or anything. Still don't know what the hell this guy is actually for. Oh, I can actually save this guy this time.
What can I do for you?
Now that I finally have enough skill to train silk bandages next time I go to one of the main towns, I've got a ton of silk just laying in wait.
What's on your mind?
Wait for escort quests. There's one in Dustwallow. I could probably make like 100 silk bandages while I wait for that dude to look for the flower in the swamp. Okay. Only doing 2 more quests here real fast. Let's get the Excelsior Crocodile skin. This is one of the ones that was previously elite and is no longer an elite quest in TBC. In fact, these water elementals out here on the island, a lot harder than this formerly elite crocodile for sure. Questy is the name of the add-on. You can customize it to auto-accept and auto-complete quests and stuff if you want it to. It's also showing all this stuff on the map. Now the question is, can I actually find the right crocolisk? Aha, here it is. The last time I did this quest, it was a really, really bad drop rate, so hopefully I just got unlucky then. Like I had to kill like 24 of these things. Hopefully I used up all my bad RNG on those crocodile skins. These ones are immune to frost, so they take a little longer to kill than most mobs, since frost shock is by far my most damaging direct damage shock at the moment. Spirit gear. I have so little health. I switched over to my I had a few pieces of spirit gear on while I was running over here to regen mana. I forgot to switch back to my normal gear for the first few mobs. But, Definitely jealous of these water elementals HP pool. It's one lone health potion taking up extra room. Just freaking drowning in potions right now. Pretty good drop rate so far this time around. These things are definitely pretty buff. I always have to eat and drink after only like 2 of these things. I guess our astral recall is going to be up at by the time we finish this anyway. But even if it wasn't, we could just use our normal Hearthstone. Ooh, what was the last drop? Oh, thank God. Alright. We did it. We're actually done with STV for like 6 levels or so.
Well met, traveler. There's opportunity to be had here if you're clever enough. What's up?
Alright, now look at how badass these boots we got from that Crocolisk line compared to this garbage I'm wearing right now. Seven strength, 9 agility, even leather. Hell yeah. I know we're probably going to replace them in 4 or 5 levels as soon as we unlock the ability to wear mail, but pretty nice upgrade for now. Oh, this item tricked me. I thought I had found a traveler's backpack or something. Just a quest item. Yep. Strategically took forever to get that last water elemental bracer so I could hit this boat. Perfect timing. I don't think there's a... Let's see. I don't think there's a first aid trainer in Theramore. I'm not 100% sure. There's that guy that... I mean, there's the guy that puts your first aid skill up from 225 to 300. But I don't know if he actually teaches the lower level stuff like silk bandages.
What's up? Keep it real. Talk to me. Glad I could help.
How do we celebrate the big day? Well, I think we celebrate by probably getting some sleep in case Blizzard just randomly shoves the pre-patch out at like 10 a.m. or something.
Well met.
Ah, Dustwallow, the best zone. Alright. Paired with STV, like, STV was okay for the last 2 levels, it was fine, but it wasn't, like, there are some difficult mobs, there are some quests that have kind of, like, annoying-ass drop rates and stuff like that. But, now Dustwallow, here's a real zone. Yep, another 15 levels or so.
Hello, you need something?
Step on up.
Have a good one. Looking for something specific? Safe travels.
Okay, man, so many good quests. Okay, so this will take us probably 38.5, maybe slightly less. First half of Dustwallow is worth a good 2 levels or so. Then the later half of it is worth somewhere between like a level and a half and 2 levels. It ends up being almost 4 levels worth. Alright, I think we are gonna call it a stream for the night. I'm gonna get some sleep just in case I do something crazy and do the pre-patch tomorrow. You know, worst case, I didn't stream too long tonight, at least compared to my usual stream times. 6-hour stream is like a downright short stream. So if there's no pre-patch tomorrow, I'll just I'll stream again and continue the leveling process from here. Since we're hitting the good zones now, it shouldn't be too long before, well, we're at 36.5 right now. So we're not too far away from getting to 41 to where the Enhancement Shaman playstyle just changes completely. And we get the super burst damage. So we'll definitely hit at least 41. And then do some Shaman burst gameplay on the next stream, assuming there is no pre-patch. So yeah, thanks for tuning in tonight, guys, and I guess one way or another, I'll see you guys tomorrow. So I'll either be streaming the Dustwallow part of the route here, or I'll be starting over from level 1 and streaming the pre-patch. Actually see anyone I know streaming, so I guess we will just shut this bad boy down, and yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Alright, peace out.